If Hoffman can get an angle with the cue ball near the right middle, that could play up well to the 6, shooting the 2 in the left middle. He's got to get at that 6 ball quickly. Taking care of a small problem here with the 2-3. Undercut it. Not totally clear if the 14 passes in the bottom left. If it doesn't, I like going into it now. Same scenario. We want to break that 14 out if it doesn't have a pocket. If it does, it can play over to the left side of the table near the 7 for the 15. Went into them this time. Nicely opened up. 13's available into the bottom left. Going to take a fair bit of left spin here coming off the short rail. Broke it out. Going to see if the 14 passes the 11. I believe it might. If it does, that'll leave him with a good angle on the cue ball on the 11 to come up to the short rail and back for the 13. Yeah, it was definitely tight past the 11. Might not have had a full pocket. Second chance for Hoffman here. Six ball looks like a good key ball for the 8th. Just got to be careful he gets straight on the 2. Well, that's under hit. Still will have options off the 6. Tricky stun play to get to the left of the 8. Cue ball's running into the 8 with follow. Can draw out of it, but in that case he'll pretty much always have angle on the 2 and have to come all the way up and down. This is risky. Cue ball's going to be pretty loose here. Well, he played into it thickly. Nice shot. Believe he's going to have to draw out of this for a follow. Little risky on contacting the 11. Nicely done. Tying the match at 1 each. Both players showing some run-out capability. Hoffman not all the way from the first shot, but coming in nicely with a 2-inning game. Back to Boney to break in rack number 3. $14 down. One ball's ended up a little awkward. 3 and the 4 aren't ideal over on the right long rail. Tough rack here. Even on the openers, he really only has the 11 or the 6, and they're both thin ones. So tough to get exact cue ball control off either of those balls. "15 of the 6, pardon me. I really don't like running too many balls in this game. I think it's tough to get all the way out, and one of the worst things you can do in 8 ball is make 3 or 4 of your own and become kind of at a disadvantage with the overall number of balls on the table. I did see this play with the 12. I don't know the problem area over on the left side. Good shot. Ideally, you don't want to take such a tough opener or shoot a tough shot anytime in 8 ball, but he had to give himself a chance to kind of develop that 5-13-9, 12-13-9 stack on the left side. Didn't develop anything positive there. So just going to look to separate one of his problems and ideally play safe on all the solids. It's a good shot. Wants the 9 to pass the 1. Hoffman has an opener on the 2. 1 ball. If you can get an angle on the 7 near the middle of the table, the cue ball will be playing off 1 or 2 rails towards the 1. If he has an angle on the 4, I like taking it. And get the cue ball back to the middle for the 7. 5 plays the easiest. He's going to be scrambling a little bit now. The short rail shooting the 7. Long distance. Oh, came around it. Out of control with the cue ball, and he's in the corner. Tough one there for Hoffman. Whoever started running the balls in that rack was going to have a tough time getting all the way out. Oh, this... Can't tell what ball it is over there. I think it's the 12 is available in the bottom right. I definitely like just shooting it straight in. The 11... Pretty simple breakout, but this is what can happen. You're just out of control with the cue ball for no reason. Bit of an oversight there from Bonte. Still has the 10 going up table. Doesn't look like he's quite on either of the stripes towards the corner. If anything, the 9 might go. It's actually close on having the 11 as well. Might have one of them. Nice play. Decent chance now to get through the... So losers round 2 match. Both these players willing to win 2 more matches to advance to the single knockout portion of the tournament. We've had a long, great display of pool in the last 7 days here in the Netherlands. Starting off with the Euro Tour, men's and women's. Now into the European Seniors Championships for about 5 days. Nicely played by Bonte. Taking the lead back. It'll be Hovland to break in rack number 4. Hovland made a ball in his first break. Not hitting him with big speed, but just looking for those balls in the second row to go straight back in the side. And he has made it for the second break in a row. Stripes looking slightly better here. Big cluster of 6 balls near the racking area, and that's always a danger when you don't hit the break with big speed. Just mainly avoiding the solids because of key to this rack will be getting a small angle on the 15 near the same line that the 6 is on. If he does get that, he can come to the short rail and play the 9 in the same pocket. Has to do it quickly here. Only 2 more stripes available to get to that spot on the 15. Oh, that could have worked. Gonna be in tough now. Nicely played. A little too hard on the speed. Don't believe the 9 passes to the right middle. He can actually bank at the 9, but there's no position involved in that shot. Yeah, not really any option there, so just leaving Hovland, or pardon me, Bonte in a tough spot. Whenever you have so many more balls than your opponent, you don't have to be too aggressive. He could consider taking the 4 all the way up. But not that tough to play safe around 2 of Hovland's stripes. He's taking a risk here if he's going for this. That was a big risk because he was guaranteed to leave him on the 9. He's got a chance to come 2 rails back to the 15 now off the 9. Yeah, you really want to maintain your advantage. If just a little bit too aggressive. Could have made it, of course, but it's all about percentages, as we all know. Gonna get behind the 6. It was tough to slow that down regardless. Just had a little too much angle. Probably trying to run into the 6. Wants to do his best to hit this ball, making its pretty long shot proposition, but just hitting it. We'll avoid Bonte shooting the 7 off the first shot. Three is still available on the side. Similar spot here for Boney. No need to take any extra chances. If he does try the three, he should be pretty safe on the 11. Yeah, I think just going to play safe here. No need to really force anything. If he does get ball in hand, it'll help him on pocketing the 7. That's a good play too. Open up the 7 now. Ball down here at this end of the table by itself. Just thinking about ways to get back down to this end comfortably. Just trying to hold for the 6 or the 7 there. Just lost track of the pocketing angle, trying to play it thickly into the pocket. Still a tough spot for Hofland. Has to try something offensive. With Boney having 4 balls and only 1 for him, I still like some kind of offense there. Any kind of smart player is just going to put you into too bad of a spot here when they have 4 and you have 1. 8 ball is one of the only games where you're kind of forced to shoot low percentage shots sometimes just because you're outnumbered. Nice slow roll there from Boney. See, when he plays safe there, he leaves him distance and opportunities at maybe a two-way where he wouldn't have, where Hofland wouldn't have a better shot coming to the table next time, or worst case scenario, he actually pockets a ball and then just runs all the way out. So, I mean, I understand why you would think playing safe because the offense was so low percentage, but at the same time, you're just not going to win that game that often if you don't try to make something happen. So a chance for Boney to go ahead 3-1 here. Nicely played, and it'll be Boney to break in rack number 5. Fourteen's good on the side. Pretty good spread. Just where the 4 is. 2 connects to the 4 decently. Only opener on the solids is the 7, or the 4, or the 5, pardon me. Really choice of either balls here. I don't mind 5-1. And then trying to get straight back on the 2 at some point. The 8's only going to have tougher pockets. If he does shoot solids. He'll want an angle going to the left here, ideally. He has it. And try to get straight on the 2 in the side. Seven's kind of near the 8, where he might be able to develop something into with the 8 into the middle pockets. Yeah, 2-4 last is a good play too. That is the play, actually. 4 connecting well to the 8 in the left middle. Oh, got on a line here. It's looking good to get through this rack. He still has the 2, but he's going to have to scramble a little bit on these last 3 solids. Good try. Elevated, still made the pot. But nothing on the 4 or the 3. Yeah, just got 2 out of line there. Unfortunate, because he was looking for a second break and run of the set. A chance for Hofland to get back into it now. Looks like he's going to leave the 10 and the 13 down at this end. Oh, didn't get enough draw to that ball. Still going to have some reasonable safe options, but it's tough to play safe against your opponent's balls when they're so close to the pocket. He's in a tough spot here, kind of forced to go for the 13 in the side. Nicely played. Doesn't want the cue ball behind the 8. Is it going to block both those stripes up table? It is. A little unlucky there. Might have the bank on the 12. Oh, he did have enough of it. Good recovery. Nice angle to come back for the 8 up the left side of the table. .50-yard line here. 8 still goes reasonably comfortably into the side. Gonna have to draw out of it. Elevate the cue. Could choose to bank it if he wants to elevate less. Typically want to favor shooting the ball straight in these spots. Overcut it. It's a bit of trouble now for Hofland in this. Bonte has to avoid the side pocket coming across table. Nice shot and looking good to take a 4-1 lead now. Couple chances for Hofland. There's only been one break and run in the match. Not any kind of super glaring errors, just slight mistakes with the cue ball where he's gotten himself in worse spots that he doesn't need, that he didn't need to be in. You'll have the five ball slides in the top right. A lot of balls over on the right side of the table. You can get into them immediately here, starting with the 1 if he wants. Fail-safe ball up there. Have to find a way to develop the 6. Looks like it could be available in the top right. If he gets straight on the 7, that'll play good for that angle. Got to take the 2 here. Even if it was running into the 14, find a way to play off of it with some left spin and free up the cue ball. Cue ball's kind of running into the 7 now, or the 6, which could work positively. Good shot. 6 goes. Cue ball's coming pretty comfortably off the short rail. This has to avoid the 8, moving back towards the 2-7. Considering the 2, I'm not really sure why. I mean, I understand he's a little over top of the 10, but I think his cueing would be comfortable enough around the side of it. Yeah, this is trouble. Just too out of control with the cue ball there. Still has an outside chance of recovering. Let's try, but it's going to be another good chance for Bonte here. Seven's blocked to the most obvious pocket. Bonte still wants to defend properly, though. If he took the 9 right now, he could leave the 6. Looks like he is going to take the risk. Smart shot there, playing it into the less obvious pocket, but leaving a nice 2-way with the 6 and the 7 blocked. He's played some clever shots in this match. Gonna look for ways to get back on the 13 now. 12 lies okay for that. $13, $12, $15, 14 finish. Looks okay. Looks like he hasn't left a shot on all 3 balls now. Has a bank on the 14. This would leave Hofland half tough on the 6. It's still obvious pockets blocked for the 7. If he does leave the cue ball in that position. Yeah, just got a little out of line there halfway through the run out. But played a nice two-way again. Nothing for Hofland here. He did nick the 6 on the way through, but must have nicked the 8 as well. Big chance for a commanding lead now for Bonte. Not as many world-class players from Italy have ever emerged. Fabio Petroni, Stefano Palinga, I believe might be from Italy. They play a lot of games over there. There's even a game that I didn't recognize that I caught on YouTube one time with rounded pockets on a smaller table than snooker. Can't remember the name of it. They also play some 3-cushion. Bonte definitely looking to be one of the stronger seniors in the country. Netherlands, of course, with a long history of producing champions, particularly in recent history. Had the 10 going, gets kicked away, but the 5's down. Solids are looking decent here. Only opener for the solids, the 2, maybe the 7. Four ball was there as well. Nicely onto the 7 where he can move the 13 away and open up some space for the 6. Perfectly played. Looks like another break and run possibility here for Bonte. And he almost broke and ran his 3rd break as well. This will be 2 of 4 break and runs. Right there on the 8 and looking to get on the hill now. Nicely played. Class player. Recognizes how to develop balls. Doesn't leave himself anything too tough usually. Just missing the balls on the second row back on the side. Bit of a tougher rack here. Ideally taking solids if the 4 goes in the bottom left. That'll help the run out a lot. 61725. Well, something similar here. Tough to tell if the 4 goes. That changes the whole run out. If it doesn't, he's going to have some work to do and have to play the run out accordingly. So on the 7, and he has an angle to go 1 rail back for that small area in the 4 that he's looking for. Yeah, must not have went. So another strong sequence from Bonte. Breaking out a ball late. Getting through a couple tricky balls at the top end of the table, and he's got a chance to get it all the way through here. Nicely played. Maybe slightly too much angle now. If he can hold it, he's looking good for the match. Yeah, just straight enough. Might be contacting the 14 on the way through. He is. It's going to be hard to develop anything going forward to the left off the 14. Goes in the left middle, that'll help him because he can just draw to the left of the 14. I'm feeling it doesn't. So a bit of a tough spot here. A shot. Great shot, and what a match Bonte has put together here. If he continues this form, he'll be a big favorite to make it back to the single elimination stage. 2 matches from this point to get there. And he's got it. Great match. 7-1, convincing victory. Opponent congratulating him nicely on a well-played match. Rounds of the European Seniors Championships today. This has been Eric Horlifson. Talk to you guys soon.
half of the ball is okay?
Half of the ball, yes.
This is okay.
That is okay.
Half.
So you want to just see here? Yeah, that is fine. So more of the half that is
This is not okay.
outside.
This is okay. This is not okay.
This is not okay, that's right. You know, why are you checking?
We have some issues in my country, that's why.
And welcome everybody to the Predator EPBF Seniors European Pool Championships. We have reached the semifinals in the 45 plus, the 55 plus and the ladies division. And on this table we will have the semifinal in the 55 plus category between Ferdi Özdemir from Turkey and Thomas Bak from Poland. I do expect some fireworks between the two of them, both very capable players, and well, I'm just very much looking forward to see how this match will go. This is of course for a chance to go to the final, which will be played after this. At 9 p.m. we will have the finals. So if one of these two players are looking for gold, they will have to win 2 matches. Now in the commentary booth, myself, Tim de Ruiter, trying to go over all the shots. Let's see what happens in this match. The game is 10 ball. We have to break from outside the box. And of course it's call shot. The early 10s do not count as a win. And it will be Özdemir breaking off in the first rack. Yeah, it does make one. It's not on the 1 ball unless he's going aggressive and pulls out the jump cue. From this angle might look like it does go. I didn't think it did. Could jump and play a carom into the 8. But in that case, you're not going to make the 1 and most likely not going to have shape to continue. So I think the only option is to go, if you want to go aggressive, you jump for the 1. And if not, oh yeah, you could always push to a save, maybe push the cue ball and make the 8 ball. But it's the first rack. It was your break. You can keep the initiative. Maybe a little bit of a roll. Yeah, slight tap on the table. Does get somewhat of a roll. So the real first open shot goes to Ferdi with some trouble at the table. If you look at the 4 ball, it's not available to any pocket. And especially in the first rack, that could make the players slightly awkward. Oh, did he push the 2 ball to the short rail or does he still have the cut? Now the good news is, with where the 3 ball is laying, you do have a chance to get the angle on the 4 to at least bump the 4 open. Yeah, that cut a little bit tricky. Of course, Poland, one of the strongest nations within Europe. always quite high at the medal rankings. Doesn't matter if it's the juniors, the Open, the adult European Championships, or in this case the seniors in general. They are definitely flying their flag very high. Does have a safety behind the 10. Well, he might not have it actually. If you look at it, he might be skimming the 10 ball first. Did not get low enough. Yeah, and that's why he was trying to play the 4 into the 7. Early mistake, and has now opened up the cluster. Not too much traveling to do either. Stunt to the 5, always gonna have natural angle to cross over to the 7. And that 7 ball also gives him great shape on that 9, so it's all connecting the dots. I think I might have made a mistake, and it might not matter as much to everybody's watching, but does matter to the players, of course. This is not a 55 plus match. This is a 45 and above plus match, which obviously for them is very important. I never said they look old, so don't pin me on this. But as I was checking the results, checking to see there is another Turkish player, Özelci, in the semifinals of the 55 plus. So that's 2 Turks doing well. Yeah, I have to say, quite some Polish players getting into the quarterfinals. Just not so many making it to the semifinals in both the divisions. Of course, this is the second discipline of them all. We still have the teams running. The 8 ball started today, and eventually the 9 ball will join. So still got plenty of action to come, and if the players are worried of their chances in the championship, I don't really see a reason. Still plenty opportunities coming up. How often I've seen, for example, some of the Dutch players win that one medal they needed every year, basically at the final day of the tournament. So technically 3 or 4 disciplines going to waste, and then in the 9 ball apparently it happens. Anyways, as Demir wins the opening rack, this is quite the cut on the break for Thomas. And he does leave a shot on the 1. Slight cluster with the 5-7 though, so not an easy run out by any means. Yeah, it was a difficult shot, not just the pocketing, but to bump the 9, for example, you had to play a little bit of a stun follow hit, and that's the one you can easily lose the cue ball with or miss the ball. So most of the players choosing to play a solid stun. Well, in that case, I lost the cue ball also. So he's going airborne. The air rush in action, always awkward, queuing so close to the 5 ball. Gotta be careful. Oh, and he's definitely gonna take this result. Has the cover behind the 6. And now also Thomas with the jump cue. Looks like his queuing is very short in the back. Now what is he going to give up? A chance. Still with the 5-7, I wouldn't be too worried in Thomas's case. Yeah, just wondering, is he looking to open up the 7 ball? Just a 5 in the 7. Yeah, so sensitive. Also the way he struck it. It's either like a full stun into it or a very soft tap. But it was like a very soft stun shot into the balls. And I think he made it a little bit difficult for himself. And yet, still the 5 ball not available. Nice bank shot, just doesn't want to get on top of the 5-7. Okay. Now, what's the plan? Now on the other stream table, Wisbitsky against Korea. Could have definitely been a final. That's how well both players play. The ladies, Kukten and Shorn. That's one of the semifinals there. And Yvonne Ulmer against Alexandra Kuna. It's the other semifinal with the ladies. The 45 plus division, of course, this match we have here. And then Virtanen versus Boni. The only name I haven't mentioned really was Hirilainen, who's facing Uzelci in the other 55 plus semifinal. So all the semifinals going on as we speak. And definitely one of the most difficult things I find in the whole format of the European Championships is the fact that it usually is like a 10-day event. And if you play like a decent speed, I'm not even saying like to be favorite to win the event, but a decent speed. Does he get on the 6? Don't think he has. Might have to jump again, or is he going to kick at this? Well, anyways, the fatigue is going to kick in. If you're like a decent player who wins a couple matches every discipline, you have to play every day. Rounds start at 9 a.m. They finish sometimes around 10, maybe 11 p.m. So it's long days. Yeah, it was not an easy jump by any means. Actually played a nice jump on the 5-ball, just did not manage to get on the next one. And that's probably all she wrote for Thomas in this rack. If you look at this layout, as long as Ferdi goes plenty enough forward, which he's going to run into the long rail. No, even played like this. Didn't really matter so much. Yeah, straight in on the 9. 2 straight ins. To double the lead. Ferdi as Demir. Looking solid so far. Sure, we all make mistakes. We all leave a couple shots. The main thing is he has been running out, where I don't think Thomas had the opportunity to do so. So this slight initiative with Ferdi. And now if we look at the other tables, with Bitsky and Korea, 1 each. Kukten and Shoren, 1-0. Virtanen and Boni, 1-0 for Boni. Herilainen 1-0 up against Özelci. And Yvonne Ullman Hibler 1-0 against Cunha. Yeah, nice squat of the cue ball. Nicely controlled. Made one in the side. Well, and I mean, it might not be everybody's piece of cake, but he does have the cut on the 1. And if you take the risk to cut it, maybe run 2 rails, bump the 8, bump the 10, you might get on the 3-ball. You could be on for the run out, but you could also play the kick and stick. Send the 1-ball down table. That's what he's played. Just slightly overcut. That's why the cue ball moved just that smidge to the right. Nonetheless, got the distance and cannot imagine Thomas to go aggressive on this. I gotta say, slightly surprised he did have a little go there. Maybe he was thinking, if I don't make the shot, the 1-ball is most definitely going to stay behind the 10-6-8. But overall, think it's quite surprising to see him go aggressive on that. That was not high percentage. And in the meantime, as long as Verdi can get from the 3 to the 4, big favorite for the run out if you look at the overall spread. And I would not say this is the shape he was looking for. Now, sure, to pocket the 4 is not impossible. But what is he gonna get on the 5? And there is also the option where you make the 4 and the cue ball runs forward with the pink 4. So yeah, just gotta make it and take whatever you get on the 5, but don't think there was ever going to be a lot. Yeah, where to play to? Possibly just nick the 5 to the left long rail and bring the cue ball behind the 7. He's looking to bring the 5 under the 10. This is so difficult speed-wise. Difficult to control. But then again, he's left that long shot on, hoping to tempt Thomas to take this on. Has taken it on, but then again he's... Well, his best shot might be to cut this in the left if he can. But things not looking too great. Cue ball most likely going to run into the 7. Yeah, look at how thin he's hit it. Does the 6 go by the 9? Horrible start for the pole. Yeah, straight in on the 8. Sure, not everybody's favorite shot to leave for the left center. But I think if he leaves the cue ball where the 8 is, that should be fine. Yeah, imagine also with the shot clock going on. The pressure of the semi-final. I think Verdi is looking very solid. Ooh, that did use all of the side pocket. And that's rack number 3 going to Verdi as Demir quite running away with this match. Sure, it's a race to 7, so still plenty of time for Thomas to come back, but at least he's got the early start. So in the 4th rack, Thomas Bach to break the balls. Oh, and that cue ball getting a straight kiss into the corner. And this now is starting to get very frustrating. A ball in hand for Ferdi. If he can get from the blue 2 to the red 3 ball, it's a chance for the run out. A little bit off. More movement, possibly stun left around the 9 to leave the 4 in the side. Still needs the angle also to go up table for the 5 ball. No, he chose this is enough. I'm not gonna risk too much. Let me just protect the lead. And he has done nicely. No jump. No. Well, I was going to say easy one railer. In this case, I feel like you're aiming away from the ball. So a little bit of a blind kick. Should have to hit this. Good hit. Does he catch something? Well, he's hanging in there. Yeah, I have to say, a couple of good shots now from both players, but Ferdi really tightening the screws on Thomas. Yeah, made a hit on the 3 ball, but no rail afterwards. That means Ferdi back to the table with ball in hand. Like I mentioned, as long as he gets from the 4 to the 5, should solve the whole problem. Straight on the 6. But nothing to worry about. When he plays a stop shot, he can go 2 rails around the 8 to play position in the center of the table for the 8 in the bottom left. I think that would be the most natural ways to run the cue ball. Could also play to leave the 8 in the top right corner, but it's easy to get off angle.
Extension.
Yeah, slightly longer on the 8, but still gets the job done. That's what I was talking about. The confidence is definitely there. Yeah, now 4-0 lead, and especially in the alternate break, that means Thomas will have to win the rack twice on Ferdy's break, which is already quite the task, and then also defend his own breaks to at least have a chance to make this close. Yeah, in the commentary booth myself, Tim de Ruiter, glad to be in the booth with the Predator EPBF team for this great European Senior Championships. And a dry break for Ferdy. One long shot on this one ball, but it's gonna give Thomas a nice angle on the blue too to open up the 3-8, so it's definitely worth going for. The biggest problem is though, if you seem to miss the one, but he does not miss the one. Put a good stroke on there. Yeah, nice pace. As you could see in the background, a little tap from Verdi on his leg. Now, have to say, he opened up the 3-ball nicely, but by nudging the 8, he's now also blocking the 6 to the bottom left. So this rack is far from over. Oh, this could come up behind the 7, needs a nudge. And I don't think he's got it. Yeah, just slightly too deep into the corner.
Four ball to the corner. Time. Extension.
Yeah, now the only thing I could imagine going wrong is that 6-ball really needs some work, but he's really taking his time now to leave himself a solid angle on the orange 5 to be able to get to the 6. The only thing he does not want is to get frozen on the rail, which he didn't.
Time. Extension.
Yeah, must go forward to play the 6 in the right side pocket, but if you look at also where the 7-ball is, not exactly the easiest shape, and especially if you have to play the 6 into the side. But looks like he is playing this. And this is super tough. This will be a high speed shot into the side, unless he goes for the bank, for example, which I'm not expecting it to happen.
Time.
Well, did not try to get straighter on the 7. Chose to just make the 6 and take whatever he could get after. And now, more difficult shot. Will have to travel the cue ball a bit. Don't think he will be able to cut the 7. Well, maybe. I mean, is he going to cut and hold the cue ball near the center of the table? That would be quite the effort.
Time.
Well, you won't hear him complain. That sure has worked out. Well, he is playing very strong. I mean, if you consider the fact that Thomas hooked himself Made one mistake, left one positional. Well, left one open shot with shape for Verden. And now it's 5-0. Yeah, Thomas taking the timeout. Very understandable. So has a 5-minute break. Sure could come back after 1 minute, but let's see how long he takes. In the meantime, let's have a little look across the room. Like I mentioned, there is 6 semifinals active at the moment. So on the other TV table, Reiner Wisbicki and Enrique Correa tied at 3. Semifinal of the 55 plus category. And the other match in the 55 plus category is Hiri Linnan. Just made it 3-2 up against Özilci. In the 45 plus division, of course, we have this match here. Demir leading 5-0 over Bak. The other match tied at 2. Virtanen against Boni. Now in the ladies, the scores are a little bit more shocking. Kakten already on the hill, 4-0 against Schorren. And Yvonne Ullman Hiebler 3-1 up against Alexandra Cunha. As I said, we will have to wait till Thomas comes back, and hopefully he does come back also in this match. I'm always excited to see whether someone has the mental capability to do so. Sure, it's nice if you can play a nice game of pool, but if you seem to fail under the pressure, or maybe you're just not mentally prepared enough to make the comeback, well, you can shoot straight, but you're not going to get there. So it will be interesting to see how he comes back from the timeout. Well, not the best way to come back from his timeout. Yeah, what to play? What does he have in mind? Gotta say, I'm not a big fan of the position where he's in. Yeah, don't forget, of course, they're battling it out over the 1 ball, but the 4 does not go by the 10. Oh, doesn't want to nick the 4. Oh dear. Well, that would be double S.
Time. Extension.
Choosing to play another safety first, just barely catching a rail. But if you look overall, now the 4 is available.
1 to the corner.
I think if Thomas fails to hit the 1, we might see Ferdi on the hill. We'll have to go very deep and bend the cue ball around the 7, low right. Why don't you just kick it in? What a shot there from Thomas Bach. No shape on the 2, but at least he can make something happen.
Time.
Nine.
9 to the side. Safe. Time.
Yeah, could choose to go aggressive. Call the 9 in the side. Could also bank the 2 ball 2 rails down table under the 7. And stun follow the cue ball behind the 9-10. Oh. Well, not the worst thing. Yeah, you deep side there as the 2 ball followed the 9. If the 2 ball stayed up there, things would be a lot easier for him.
Time.
Oh. Well, there's good news and bad news, how I like to say it. I mean, bad news, he's left a shot on the 3 ball. The good news, if you look at the 4, it's not an instant sellout, but one good shot for Ferdi could make this a sellout. Yeah, it wasn't easy to get a nice result after this. Especially not catching it so full, and it's even tougher to make a solid hit on this. Doesn't have two sides of the ball to hit. And he's missed it. Oh, look at this! Ay, 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 ay. Well, that is... Look at that for a roll. The spin he used kicking behind the ball, after the ball turned on him backwards on the third rail and still made the hit. Nonetheless, I mean, I think it is definitely time for Thomas to get a game on the board. I think if we're going to see 6-0, things could start to be very dramatic. I mean, or almost tragic for him. Yeah, quite the cheer from the Polish team there, hoping to fire up Thomas Bach, who does get his first rack on the board. The only question is, did he start off a bit late, or is he able to come back all the way? Well, that's the biggest question for tonight, probably. Well, not tonight, because we still have the final at 9 p.m, so that's in an hour. Imagine you win this match. And then having to continue right after can be tough. Well, now a slight bit of cut on the break. But nothing dropping for Verdi. Still no opening shot on the one. I'm not expecting him to cut this in, at least. Yeah, a couple different options he has. One of the options I'm not a huge fan of is going aggressive on the cut. But you could say, well, if I go for it and I make it, I have a chance to run out. If I don't make it, the 10 or the 2, maybe the 3 ball are in between. But the thing is, how often have I seen someone miss the 1 ball like this and sell out? But he's played it well. I mean, if you look at his result, I'm talking about the other people I've seen play, but his result certainly has worked out.
One to the side pocket. Time.
Yeah, we'll be very disappointed there, Thomas. Still, just like many of the other racks we've seen so far in this match, we still have that 4 and the 7, which are difficult to get to. And I'm not sure whether the 4 does go to the bottom right corner in this view. If it does go by the 7, then that's definitely the area to be in. If it doesn't, I'm not even sure if you are able to run out. Oh. Well, those are mistakes we did not see earlier from Ferdi. Had to play a bit of left spin, possibly trying not to catch the 8. I would be more looking into playing the 2 into the 4, bring the cue ball all the way to the top of the 9 and the 3. He's played a very delicate shot there. This will be difficult to hit. But don't underestimate the Turkish players. One of the most interesting things is that most of the pool players, they have spent quite some time playing 3 cushion. Definitely one of the bigger cue sports in Turkey. And look at this for a beautiful hit. That was not just looking at the angle, feeling the angle, but also judging the spin right. Just a drip of left spin was on that. Good escape from Ferdi. Will probably need another one, trying to get behind the 8.
Two to the corner. Time.
And another chance. This time not successful in finding any cover. And just like before, getting on that pink 4 ball. Not that that is the only problem, not the only challenge at the table. It's also, then again, to get from the 6 to the 7. So that is the first hurdle. Nice position. Then again, a lot of space near the center of the table, but so easy to not get on the 7 ball, for example, or to get from the 6 to the 7, but on the rail. Straight on the 6 would be quite bad news. Which he took care of. Well, are we looking at a possible turn around? Slightly near the rail on this stem ball, so a little bit more nerves. And he also realizes that any mistake could be very costly. Ooh. Did use some of the pocket, but some will work. Pulling back the score now from 5-0 back to 5-2. As you could see, Ferdi out for his timeout. So let's have another look at the score lines across the room. 6 semifinals going on at this point, including this one, of course. So let's see what we have. Reiner Wierzbicki and Henrik Correa, 4 each. Tight match. Schurren has come back from 4-0 down against Kukten. Michaela Schurren. And then Giovanni Boni from... Oh no, Gianluca. My apologies. Gianluca Boni. 4-2 up against Valtteri Virtanen. Hirilainen from Finland, 5-2 up against Özelci. So the Turk not doing so great there. So the odds of 2 players in the finals of the 45 plus and the 55 plus final won't be happening. Or not as far the score goes. And Yvonne Ullman Hiebler, 4-3 up against Alexandra Kunha. So looked like we were going to see a couple early finishes in the semifinals, but now some small comebacks happening. So we will be back whenever Ferdi comes back to the table. A timeout, maximum 5 minutes. So in general, I always teach people to at least take 4 minutes because, well, use your timeout, go to the restroom, talk to yourself, relax, just step away from the table, do something. At times you see players take like a 1 minute break or sometimes shorter. And I have to say that's kind of worrying. So let's see how long he takes for it. I'm gonna go for a short break too. But I promise I will be back with the remainder of this set when Ferdi comes back. Well, that was a short restroom break for everybody back home watching this great semi-final between Ferdi Özdemir and Thomas Bach. Ferdi being up 5-0. No worries for him at that point. But now slightly in the pole. Thomas coming back into this match, winning 2 racks in a row after his timeout. And now breaking. Can he complete the comeback? Can he make this a close match? This is a nice square hit for a ball going in. Yeah, I would say the perfect break in this format. But the 7-ball spoiling the party. Blocking any view on the 1. I have to say, to most of the positions you're going to give, I think you're going to give quite a difficult... Well, you're going to be in a difficult position quite after. I think your opponent will always be able to play a safety behind the 6 or the 8. And it's also going to be... It's going to be that, or you're going to leave an open shot. See, you know what's coming from this safety. You're just technically hoping for your opponent to not play it perfect.
To the corner. Time. Extension.
Yeah, it's the battle. All about the 1 ball. I think the 1 might be on. Everything else in the open. Oh, interesting to see. Try to find the window between the 2 and the 9. Could have played around the 9 and the 10. Nonetheless, can send the cue ball 2 rails behind the 6 to the left of the 6. And the 2 ball to the bottom short rail. So nothing to worry about, I would say, for Ferdi.
Time.
Well, slightly more in the open, the 2 ball, than I was expecting him to leave it. But overall,
2 to the side.
does get the save. The jump cue will be out, but
Time.
has to be careful with the cue ball. Doesn't want to land behind the 9 or the 10. Needs a good bump. Does he get on the 3 ball? He might be hooked once again, and I think he has been. Oh, and the scratch. Now is this the opportunity Ferdi has been waiting for? Is he going to bring this on the hill? Just has to run the cue ball 3 rails to get to the top side. Yeah, it wasn't laying too difficult, but of course imagine the pressure too. He knows that he could cut the momentum for Thomas, put himself in a very likely position to make it to the final. Chose to play for the 9 in the side, and I think, wow, he's played it absolutely perfect. Look at the pace. Could not have landed any better. So this straight in 10 to get on the hill first. Ferdi Demir 6-2 now. The pole in big trouble. And now also breaking. Can he close it out with the break and run? Or does Thomas get another chance? Well, if he can get straight from the 2 to the 3, has the 4 to the side, can leave himself straight-ish on the 5 to the 6. Mainly getting nicely from the 2 to the 3 and possibly... Oh, Where's that cue ball? I'm just wondering, he did play that with a lot of outside spin. Could have maybe played it one rail straight over to the center of the table. So, the last call. Don't really think Thomas can make any more mistakes. Because I have to say, Ferdi has played a solid match overall so far. Just got the first opportunities near the end of the rack most of the time, if you look at how often he ran out from the 2 or the 3 whenever the table was open. Now just gotta make sure he leaves himself a good angle from the brown 7 to get to the 8 ball. Well, slightly more distance, slightly straighter. Does he get to the 8? Does he get to the 8? It's looking... It's just fine. I was gonna say, even if he lands just by the 10, that cut is quite big. Is he able to cut this 8 in and hold himself to be quite straight on the 10? No, slightly higher, but this to pull one back. Thomas Buck. So now 6-3. And Thomas breaking. I think most depends also on the break, of course. If there's a couple breaks where you get that ball going to the side, you get some shapes, you don't get the clusters. I mean, if it all comes together, you could make this 6-4. I mean, basically from this position, you have to just hope for 2 good breaks on your own and 1 not so great break from your opponent. All a cue ball playing with fire there. Awful close to the scratch. And yet again, the 3 ball being a problem. No shape on the 1. Has made a ball on the break, but that's only one piece of the puzzle. Yeah, not completely sure what he was trying to play there, but this could be very painful for Thomas. Ferdy can make the one, draw, and play a stop shot, for example, behind the 8. You could see in the background that hurts. It's just a soft draw. Off the 10. Now, does he have... Yeah, he might be able to stick the cue ball with the 8. Opening up the problem. And a must hit for Thomas. Yeah, nothing over the top short rail. Don't think he can go over the bottom long rail unless he massays it. He could curve it. Yeah, you could hear the referee say time there. Also rushed him quite a bit. Almost pushed the 6th to a closed up position, but has not. So now can go 2 rails from 5 to the 6. Then again, I think he's got a lot of space on the table to work his way out. Moved the cue ball nicely to get on the 6. Now again could play 2 rails. Always like running towards the 7 ball. Low right. Then it's just a matter of, is he gonna land straight on the 8 to where following the cue ball forward on the 9 is scary, or is he giving himself an angle to slide to the bottom short rail? Yeah, taking a slight bit more time than he did in the beginning of the set. Of course, he knows the pressure is high. This is to make it to the final of the European Senior Championship stem ball in the 45 plus division, and he's landed absolutely perfect on this 9. We won't... Oh, he's asking the cue ball to be cleaned. Will be interesting to see who Ferdi is going to play in the final as Virtanen against Boni. they're tied at 4. So we will have to wait. Next match is scheduled. The final is scheduled in 29 minutes, so at 9 p.m. Gotta say, a very solid performance from Ferdi, who makes it to the final. He beats Thomas Bak 7-3 and advances, so we will see him back in the final against either Virtanen or Boni. So, like I said, we will have to wait till that match finishes. Until then, I would love to thank you all to be here with me. And just make sure to check out the EPBF website for the live scores. And as soon as we have a match, I guess we're going to start. So make sure to stay tuned at ProBilliardTV. Thank you.
That's my friend, you know?
I know. I remember.
That's what friends does. Very good friends. Yeah. Hey, good luck, man. Thank you, good luck. Because you are a good player. Ładnie grałeś, ładnie. Inaczej grał. 2 razy skakałeś, a jakbym 2 razy grał lustro, stopa i wypierdalał. I tam tak samo. 2 razy skakałeś. Na przykład tu bym zagrał inaczej. I tu trochę szybko. Czy rzucili szybkie jakieś? Tu miałeś skakałeś i tam miałeś skakałeś 2 razy. Ja bym 2 razy grał lustro i wypierdalał. Żałuję trójki. Stopa po lustrze. Ale nie. Tak samo też bym grał. Jak grałeś stopa, czwórka chowała się tu, a biała z automatu się... ale to za szybko, wiesz co, za szybko. Wiesz, przez to wjebał. Nice referee. Przez to wjebał.
Now it's okay, but yesterday when I saw him yellow card here, it was
Ty masz tą kartę?
no, his teammate does. And then it reflected to his
Next match we were playing against Norway. It was same situation. Norwegian guy just
organised by the European Pocket Billiard Federation. It's time for the 10-ball finals. Firstly, on table 3 we have the ladies' gold medal decider. So we welcome from Turkey, Sinem Kökten. And from Germany, Iwan Simonis. Moving on to table 2, and it's the 55 plus championship decider. We welcome from Finland, Juha Helainen. And representing Portugal, Enrique Correa. And finally, on table 1, it's the 45 plus title match. We welcome from Turkey, Ferdi Özdemir. And from Finland, Valtteri Virtanen. It's a race to 5 for the ladies and 7 for the men, and your IBPF referees in charge of the action are on table 3, Eva Kostocherova of Czechia. And on table 2, Danilo Hudasvik of Germany. And here on table 1, from Slovenia, Miha Botto. Players, you may lack for the break.
Hello and welcome to the finals of the Men's European Seniors Championships presented by Predator. It's the over 55 division. Playing 10-ball, race to 7. We have Juha Helainen against Enrique Correa. Helainen from Finland, Correa from Portugal. Cesare Carlson calling the shots. Helainen wins the leg. Will be first up to break. Haven't seen Helainen play yet in this tournament. Enrique had a great semifinal match. Only a couple of small errors. Defeating a good opponent in Rainer Rybitsky. Helainen advanced to the finals by wins over Taminen, 7-5 in the last 16. Line 7-3 in the quarterfinals. And Ozelsi, 7-3 in the semifinals. So he's had some strong wins. Correa advanced 7-4 in the final 16 against Del Oriol. 7-4 in the quarterfinals against Woonings. And 7-4 against Wierzbicki in the semifinals. So same score lines for Correa all the way through. Some decently close battles. Helainen taking some power off that one. Going for the controlled break. We saw that work for Wierzbicki in the semifinals. Breaking off the back rail, actually, just hitting it at a slower speed. Only thing about that break is you're really relying on the 2 balls in the second row going straight back in the side. See how it plays out for him over the course of this match. Push here from Correa. Usually you'd play the cue ball up table in this situation, but the 6 is kind of blocking the most obvious path for the cue ball to get up there. So I think you might play the 1 up table, 2 rails, near the 9. Oh, he went through the 6-4. Gutsy, but worked out. Looks like Correa has room on the right long rail to possibly get in 2 rails. Nice shot. He's going to find coverage here as well. 7 balls tied up with a 10 now. Just a reminder that early 10s won't count in WPA rules. Player will stay at the table, but it won't be a win. Not much for kick safe here, just really trying to kick this ball in. Low percentage. Still possible to get safe. 3 ball came to his rescue. Likely be another safe here from Correa. Play the 1 over near the 2 and the cue ball in line with the 3. Try to go behind the 2 ball with the cue ball. Didn't leave anything offensive, but another chance for Juha to gain an advantage in this rack. Not bad. 1's not really able to play off the 7 into the 10. Safes aren't obvious. Tough spot here for Enrique. Split all he had and very nicely played. Controlling the 7 at perfect speed. Judging that the 7 could become a blocker there. It's called the 10. It'll have to carry him in off the 1. He'll be trying to hit the 1 more directly. It's too risky to actually purposely try to hit the 1 thin enough. But it is the best possibility of something going in. And lengthen out on him. So ball in hand chance for Correa to start the match now. Everything pretty in the open. Likely be playing the 4 in the left middle. Eight ball's kind of covered by the 10, but there is room over on the right long rail. Correa has a kind of a quick backstroke, but nice and compact, pockets well. Good knowledge of how the cue ball should be moving around the table. Wants an angle going to the right off the 7. Gonna need some right spin to hold that angle properly. So looks like he's moving to the left, but he can get through the angle enough. Down to the short rail and back over to the right long rail. Very nice. So continuing his fine form so far in the final that he had in the semifinal. And if he keeps this up, he'll be tough to beat. Straight on the 10 in the side. Taking game number 1. And he'll be breaking in rack number 2. Correa seems pretty calm around the table. Took a break at 4-all in the semifinal and won the last 3 games. Recognizing when he just needed a little breather. So I'm taking some deep breaths near the end of the set. It's a positive way to deal with a little bit of nervousness if it happens to come upon you. Used 2 different breaks in the semifinals. Broke once from the back rail, wasn't successful. Rest of the breaks were from the head string and fairly successful. Had 2 break-in runs in the set. Players are forced to break outside the box. See those little white lines connecting to the short rail. This makes it tougher to make the row's second balls back in the side. We put some more power into that one. Didn't see him hitting any breaks in the semifinal as hard as that one. Took a chance of the offensive break. Didn't make it. Didn't make one. Looks like Carolina can draw the cue ball behind the 6 here. Three ball's going to get in line. The 1. Makeable jump. Just backed off the jump. Got a roll here. Here, Linnan might have the thinnest right edge of the 1, but not able to cut it in the pocket. It will go off the 9 in the side, 1 or 2 rails up table. Looks like he's not considering it. I would. That's a real big ball there. I mean, got to be a little gutsy to be kicking at a ball when you can see an edge of it. I think it would have. I see it kicked that way too. Worst result. Cue ball in the corner pocket. Tough to see those shots sometimes. They're outside the box. But Correa starting with ball in hand again. Just into the edge of the pocket. A little loose on the pocketing there, but got it down. This whole EPBF program is really great. Juniors programs, men's, women's, seniors, open, and it's developed so many great players over the years, particularly in the last 10 to 15 years. It's a great training ground for international competition. Nicely played. Wants an angle. Has enough to move it. It takes some speed, but easy pocketing on the 4. Just looking if the 5 passes the 9. Problem with that it'll be tough to get the cue ball moving up table towards the 6. I think you might have to draw back 2 rails here. No way to really get enough movement in the cue ball otherwise. This is okay too. Not afraid to take the longer pocket. Cue ball's running in the 9 now though. It's called the... Didn't actually hear the call. The 5 might pass. They called the 9. Controlled the 5 nicely. Just a little too much speed. And the bank is blocked by the 6, so gonna have to back off here. You can get behind the 10 with a bunch of right spin. 5 ball should be playing fairly safe in the middle of the short rail. Good try, left distance. We'll see how here Linnan feels in this match. He has a big pocket for the long bank on the 5. He's called it. Caught the double kiss and another scratch. That one was unlucky. Not always going to scratch just because you mishit that ball. But just giving Correa these ball in hand starting chances. Not going to bode well for him going forward. Little straight here. Still can create an angle coming back up table. Went 3 rails forward. It's going to get there. That's the one time these players with shorter backstrokes can get caught a little bit. Power shots. Looks like he's still thinking offense. Bunch of left spin, maybe rail first. Great shot. Good recovery. Wants an angle where the cue ball's not running into the 10 off the short rail. I believe it might be. This is tougher than it looks. Might be forced to run into the 10 here. A lot of left spin if he wants to miss it. It's a good shot as well. 10 ball in a comfortable enough spot that he knew he didn't need to get perfect on it. So Correa taking the first 2 racks. We'll be back over to here, Linnan a break in rack number 3. Correa looks like the man to beat. I haven't seen Linnan play in other matches. And I'd like to see him in open table play here in this match. But it's going to take some good play to take down the Portuguese player. Breaking from the head string. Didn't put much power into the first one. Yeah, he's playing a dead set break, really relying on those two balls in the second row to go in the sides. And again, if they don't, it's trouble. Good speed here from Correa. Full coverage on the one. Like the jump option here. One ball's pretty far from the rail. These balls are missable whenever you're kicking diagonally to a ball that's very far from the rail. The cue ball's going to bend towards it. Have to judge that. Nice square hit this time. Got to roll with the result. Correa can hit this thin enough to avoid the scratch in the top left. Cue ball's kind of playing around into the 8, even if he does miss that scratch. Gonna risk it. Nice shot. Got a little roll with the cue ball behind the 6, but that's all he really had to free the cue ball up table. Good shot there from Correa. Just checking if the one's frozen, probably considering rolling slowly onto it. If it is frozen, the cue ball or the one ball will have to hit another rail. So in that case, he'll actually go at it with more speed. Misjudged. Another ball in hand for Correa. Two balls heavily surrounded by about 4 balls. Even you can call it the 6 ball if you want to consider playing up the right long rail. He is, though, better path than anything else available. And he'll be able to come around 2 rails for the 3 afterwards. Four ball looks like it might only have the right middle. I think he's going to come around right now and see if it passes the 10. Didn't look for long. Yeah, from the overhead you can tell it does pass. So the ball has a pocket here. Gonna have to cross the cue ball back over cross table from the 3 to the 4. Little in between. He can stun out of it. We'll never get perfect on the 4 in that case. I believe going forward there's a risk of hitting the 8. Long stretch for a left-hander on this shot. Going to the extension. He's going to hit whatever shot he plays. He's going to have to hit it with some power. So he's going to have to be aware of stretching and still trying to create some power. Got around the 8. Cue ball's going to play around the 9 here. Have to see if the 5 passes in the right middle. It does. So decently natural position coming back towards the 5. First long shot for Correa in this final set. Got up on a little bit. Might have known he mishit it. Tough opener here for Linnan. Similar difficulty to what Correa just had. He can draw it over one rail if he likes, if he's not afraid of powering up. Oh, narrowly missed. Oh, it drops. Behind the 9, though. Things going a little sideways for here, Linnan, in these first 3 games. Overcut that ball, so just lost a little bit of the draw action he would have got if he would have hit it properly. Hasn't had any easy looks, but he's going to have to find a way to turn things around pretty quickly. And another ball in hand. Any player that's made it to the final of this European Seniors event is a great player. It'd be rare for them to give up this many ball in hand opportunities in 2 games. Just situational, really. But again, with easy starts like this, Korea is very dangerous. A little too much angle to hold here. Might have to draw all the way back to the short side of the 8th. Considering taking the longer shot in the 8. Nothing wrong with it. Always safer to move the cue ball less. Yeah, could get a little closer than I first thought, so it's a good shot. Cue ball's kind of drawing into the 10 here. Has an idea pretty quickly. I believe he'll just stun to the right long rail. Good speed. And he's been unstoppable so far. 3-0 for Korea. Referee drops his shot clock on the ground. I'm sure likely he'll realize before next break gets off. Korea going from the back rail now. Didn't hit it quite square enough, and whenever you don't hit it square enough, varied results are going to happen. But the 2 ball slides in. It's on the 1. 4 balls tough. 5 balls are very tough. Going to have to be moved, really, if he wants to play anything offensive off the 5. He might even play safe here. Would he ever do that? Yeah, smart shot. Recognizing that the run out just wasn't going to develop properly. Possibly having a 3 foul in mind. Four balls blocking the most obvious path to the 1 off the left long rail. Can't get out at 2 rails. Tough kick now. That's a very tough shot. Almost came around 3 rails. See what Linnan has in mind here. The most aggressive play would be shooting the 1 into the 8, opening up the 5, and trying to play the cue ball behind the 4 or the 9. He has a similar idea here, I think. Just playing the cue ball behind the 3. Bit of a better play. He's following it. Smart shot. Great shot from Correa. Here, Linnan will have one rail at the left, long rail in this case, so it's enough to judge multiple rails. But again, any ball that's far from the kicking cushion can always be missed. No good. It's on 2 fouls now. The table's open enough that Correa could consider running it. Cue ball's not very far from the 5. Have to draw it over, and actually the 8's a little bit in the way of that path. Yeah, safe just aren't easy here. And it's tough to... You'd be looking to play safe because you have your opponent on 2 fouls. But it's tough to pass up sometimes when the table's open enough. He's going to move the cue ball a lot here behind the 6, and I don't think he's going to get a lot of distance between the cue ball and the 1. This has a chance. It's perfect. Great shot. 8 ball is kind of blocking the most natural path towards the 1, so a chance for a 3 foul here. Oh, great shot from here. Linnan called the 1 as well. Cue ball almost scratched, but good escape. Needed that. Didn't want to go down 4 games early here. So Correa back in the defensive position now. Just left the shot. Tough to develop anything positive towards the 3. The cue ball is going to hit the right side of the 10, and it will fall through into the short rail. I just don't believe it's going to come up in between the 3-7. It did. It got through it thin enough. Nice shot from here, Linnan. Four ball has both bottom corner pockets. Miss from here, Linnan. Gonna have to be a rail first from Correa and possibly even a swerve rail first. But the cue ball will be traveling the proper way towards the 4. Nicely played. Want some angle going to the left off the 4. Has a slight bit. See if he plays more conservative up the middle or powers over to the right long rail. I like this shot. Better position towards the 6. Deciding whether to come underneath it or above it. I like going underneath it. Good shot. He has angle going to the left. Be a little intricate to play the 7 in the side, which would be the most desired pocket. Might just follow over one rail for the corner. Got wide enough on the side without drawing it. Nice shot. Just wants to avoid the 9-ball coming around 3 rails. He can just float it in. Might be just thick enough that he can draw it and kind of get a better angle on the 8th. Yeah, I mean, when you're leaving yourself this much distance, I understand the 8 is close to the pocket, but you always got to consider possibly trying to get better on that ball. He pockets the ball as well, though. Wasn't afraid to take the distance there. Really does everything well. Never seen him taking a shot that's out of line or rushing or making careless errors. And this 10-ball for a 4-0 lead. Commanding lead in the final. He's played well. He's forced Hairlining into some mistakes. He'll be Hairlining to break in rack number 5. Hasn't been successful on his first 2 and hitting it at a slow speed where he's really relying on wired balls to go in. See if he changes strategy here. Went with the light one, but tried to cut it that time, and now scratching on the break. Things just not going right for Hairlining in this final. Up to Correa to take advantage, and he has taken full advantage to this point. Not sure if he was trying to cut that break. I wouldn't be surprised if he was, because the square on one didn't work the first 2 times. Got good angle on the 2 here. Can just roll a little bit forward, draw out 1 rail for the 4. This works as well, particularly for a shorter player. Might not have been able to reach the one that was following through the angle. Everything there now. Chance to go up 5-0. Just has to stay in line here. Wants us to slow up just a little bit. It's okay. It's just thick enough that it can hold one rail. Great performance again from Correa. Aided with some ball in hand starts, but really no glaring errors, just getting the job done. One rail back for the 10 now. Here, Linnan's pocketed less than 10 balls, probably closer to 5. Dominant performance here from Enrique. And he'll be breaking in rack number 6. Looking for the possible shutout here. Men's 45 and over seniors final going on right now. And the ladies seniors final as well. So 3 finals going on simultaneously. Can I have a look at the 45 and over final on table number 1? Back to the head string now for Enrique. Powering up again. 4 railer almost down. Nothing down this time. Tough opener for Juha. Not really much for position, but the safes are tough as well. Just looking to make something happen here. Have to hit it with a lot of speed to get all the way back down table. Oh, running into the 6 will work. He's on the 2. Nicely played there after sitting for a long time. Looks like the cue ball is playing between the 4-5 and around 3 rails. Lost the speed. Gonna have to get lucky here. He's got a chance to get by the 7. Not gonna happen. He's a right-hander, so really can't really jump this ball out in the middle, wrong side of the table. Really just has to bear down and get a hit here. Looks like he's going kind of long at it. Yeah, I didn't like hitting that 2 rails. 9 ball was too big. And another ball in hand. The theme of the match for Correa is done well, executing the runouts after the 4 stairs or unforced stairs from here, Linnan. Choices on position here. Looks like 3 rails forward will play okay. Nice shot. Never gets into too much trouble with this cue ball. Plays at a good pace. He'll favor the 7 in the side here. Really depends if he wants to hit more speed and draw back or less speed and fall through. Oh, anytime you're hitting low speed like that, things can go bad. But the draw play involved a lot more speed, so just not a shot where you could really find that ideal medium speed. It's gotten lucky with the result, though. This is aggressive. Again, he's down. He wants to try to make something happen. But yeah, just finding the pocket with the cue ball, or really inordinate amount of ball in hands in this match. Behind the back now from Korea. Doesn't have to do much with the cue ball. Doesn't have to put a big stroke on it. Straight in 10 ball to get to the hill. Dominating performance by Korea. No more mistakes can be afforded by here, Linnan. Still 4 more days of play to come up for the European Championships. See the conclusion of the team event. Finland usually has a good showing in that event. We kicked off with the men's and women's Euro Tour. Hit this one more square, but nothing down again. Oh, the 8 comes, last ball rolling, comes to his savior. Believe he has a thin shot on the 1 on the side. Needed that little rub on the 2. Cue ball was going to go too far past it. Yeah, just can't get anything going. And it's so tough when you're sitting for long periods of time. Not only getting cold in the seat, but kind of fighting yourself mentally, knowing you're in a losing position. He's only missed a couple balls. Really, just losing the cue ball on kicks and position has been the main thing that's got him. Sights on the trophy now for Korea. Tough shot here. Yeah, whenever the ball's frozen like that, makes it a lot tougher to pocket. 4 balls come to his rescue. Long distance jump from here, Linnan. And you can see once he was down about 4 or 5-0, he's just taking the more aggressive approach, which I don't blame him. Just trying to find a way to get back in the match. Nicked the 4 on the way through. And as has the story been with the whole match, ball in hand start for Korea. And if he gets these last 7 balls down, this will be a dominating performance in the finals. Bit of cue ball movement from 6 to 7. But 9 down there on the same end of the table as the 7. So just one more good shot here and he should be good. Ooh, got a little straight. Gonna need a little more power than ideal. Has to be careful of the 9 coming back. Got the long extension out for this one. Just be a little careful bridging over the 7. All ball fouls, of course. Yeah, looks like he's just going to underplay the position here. He'll do this from time to time. As long as you're strong enough in the pocketing department, you can play shots like this. Two short rails all the way back. Nine ball in an inviting position over the top right corner. He's got it. And looking for the shutout, 2 balls away. Nicely played. And Enrique Correa looks like he's going to be the 2025 men's senior 55 and over division 10 ball champion. Here it is for the win. He's got it. Slap on the table. Knows he played a great match. Good tournament for Yuha. Kisses to the crowd. He's happy, and he should be. He played a great tournament. Tough result here for Yuha in the final, but still should be proud of his result. Action on table 1 still underway. The awards ceremony is going to be presented on the table 1 stream after the conclusion of that match. Thanks for joining us today. This has been Eric Horlison. Talk to you soon.